All right, so I bought a Prusa MK4 Kit, and I actually have, I have 6 MK3Ss, had 6 MK3Ss. I just sold one about 4 months ago when the MK4 Kit was announced. Took about 4 months to come in. I was one of I think it was day 1, but maybe after 10 a.m. or something like that. Anyways, just got it in the mail a couple days ago, and I'm going to put it together. So MK4 Kit, orange, has the PEI sheet. Here it is. So we're just gonna, tear right into this thing. When I did my Mark IIIs, so I assembled 4 of them. 2 I bought used, so they're pre-assembled. The first one took me 6 or 7 hours. The second one took me around 6 hours, and by the time I was done, number 4 took me about 4 hours, or a little over 4 hours. Anyways, so unboxing here, and we're gonna do the full assembly. Yeah, actually looks pretty good. So in here it says, thank you for purchasing the original Mark IV. Your support allows us to invest further development of open source 3D printers, other 3D printing innovations, including Prusa Slicer software, high quality Prusa Mint materials, and the printables.com community. Signed Joseph Prusa. Optional filament guide add-on. I think I know what that's talking about. I used to use one of those. I actually have my own, I built an enclosure. Maybe I'll put some pictures of where the rest of my Mark IIIs are. This has a date on it, July 25th, 2023. Looks like it says, is that 10.6 kilograms? So today is, what is today? 7/29. So it got here pretty quick, it boxed and everything. So cheat sheet with parts. So I'm gonna set that to the side. Power cord, pretty generic power cord. Got the Haribo gummies. Pretty key thing there. Got a 16 gig ADATA USB key. The 3D printing handbook. I think I have one of these, but it was I'm pretty sure it was much bigger. I've been printing for 7 years at this point now, I think, so I don't pay a whole lot of attention to this. So we'll set that aside also. So, as you can see in the box, it says Printables by Joseph Prusa, print and share, join our community, QR code, pull that guy out of the way, and let's see, so inside the box. So let's see, first thing that stands out is red gift wrapped, bubble wrapped power supply. I did a Mark III, I think it came with a similar power supply, similarly wrapped. Let's see, output 24 volts, 10 amps. Oh, this is the exact same power supply as the Mark III uses. And power supplies on the back. Yeah, the most recent Mark III, I think, uses this exact same power supply. So we'll set that guy aside. Don't need the wrapper anymore. Let's look at this box. So it says there's a receipt. Prusa Research by Joseph Prusa, printer, Mark IV, testing protocol, 7/25, so 4 days ago. Serial number, board number, MAC address, and then USB, firmware check, LCD panel, USB port, flash drive, hot end, heat bed, just it says okay. They tested all this stuff and it tested normally. So I'll put that over here with the book. This box, more motor kit. So this is very similar to how the Mark III was packaged. So we've got the Z-axis stuff, and then of course the rest of the motors, the little nuts for the Z-axis. Cool. Yeah, so we'll set that guy aside. On the end it says motor kit for Mark IV, stepper motor, X, Y, Z left, Z right, stepper motor for the extruder. Extrusion and plate set, 1X rear plate, 1X front plate. Let's just take a peek inside here. Oh, yeah. So again, it says Prusa Mark IV, but this is maybe identical to the Mark III stuff. Would need to compare it side by side, but same basic principle. Bubble or air bag. All right, so we got fasteners and electronics. It's got the tool to lube the bearings. It actually has two. So maybe, are there two different size bearings? Oh yeah, LM8UU and LM10. So the old printers were 8s, and evidently these have 10s for some of the rods. So that's cool. I've got a isopropyl alcohol wet wipe and a little needle to clean out the nozzle. I never use that, I just end up replacing the nozzle. It seems to be easier and cheaper. Got a toolkit. I have 4 of these screwdrivers now. I don't know if I'm going to use this or not. I have a multi-kit for my fix-it I use. It's usually easier than the little L-shaped Allen wrenches, but sometimes you have to have these. So we'll set this aside because again, we may actually use them. Fasteners, nuts, bolts, screws, more fasteners. We've got some fans. Wait, is that a fan? Oh, it's a fan shroud of some sorts. Wiring is in here. Bearings are in here. All sorts of stuff. There's way more than an extruder box and electronics box. So this has probably the display in it. So we're gonna set that guy aside for later. Another similarly sized box. This is labeled printed parts orange and X-Buddy case. So we've got, yeah, I mean, just like it sounds, all the printed parts appear to be in here. And again, I did order orange, so they're all orange and black. Got some linear rods. It looks like 2 8mm by 370, 2 8mm by 330, and 2 10 by 325. Hanging out in there. Cool. Oh, and get this box out of the way. Ow. This is the frame and heated bed set. So let's take a peek. So steel flex sheet, I mean just standard steel PEI. We've got a ton of these things. Oh, man. Got the heat bed, the base for the heat bed, and man, that frame is super thick in comparison to the Mark III. I knew it was gonna have the hex design. Pretty sure the Mark IIIs come with this now too. I don't know for sure because I haven't bought one recently. I don't intend on. But yeah, that is what you got. You got the heat bed there. So we'll set that aside. We're not gonna need that just yet. So I was expecting a book. Mark IIIs all came with books, even my most recent one, which is probably I bought a year and a half ago, maybe a year. I'll have books. So no assembly instructions. It says assembly instructions, latest firmware, Prusa Slicer, and others are available at prusa.io/Mark4. So I guess glad the computer's handy. I forgot the website address. Prusa.io/. All right. Drivers and apps handbook. 28 megs. I'm not going to read all this. You all can read this yourself. Picture of Joseph Prusa and their print farm. I just want step one. Where's step one? Disclaimers, electrical, mechanical burn, proper use of double-sided print sheets, working filaments. All right, intro. An extruder, quick swap nozzles, 32-bit, I don't care. All right, unpacking, I already did that. You need at least 520 by 520 millimeters of space for the printer to operate. Cool. How to move the printer, pick it up by the top. Done that 100 times. Actually, I've moved my printers, two of them across country. Just throw them in a box and they've been fine. Recalibrate them when I'm done. Great. Oh God, where? I guess I should have looked at the thing. These are all instructions. We're gonna go back to the top. Where's the assembly stuff? Your first print, user guide, material guide, regular maintenance. What? Did I download the wrong thing? Handbook. Oh. Assembly instructions. There it is. Man. So assembly instructions are broken down into 8 sections, and then a manual changelog Mark IV kit. So intro, all the tools required, blah, blah, blah. Labels guide, cheat sheet, spare bag, cool. This is like tells you how, I'm not gonna read all of this because I've assembled a ton of these things, so I'm not gonna reward yourself. The biggest issue from our experience is inadequate bare consumption. Step 11, attach spacers. Prepare your desk. All right, we're ready. Frame assembly. It says I need the 2, 2.5, and 3 millimeter. Prepare the following parts to build the YZ frame. That guy. Says I need those. And then it says I need M5 by 16 screws. M5 by 16R screws. Here we go. And it says I need 16 of them. That's M5 16. So longer extrusions and place them next to the frame. They go on the side without the honeycomb. Shorter extrusions go on the side with the honeycomb. So let's do this. We're not gonna use theirs. A 3mm. And these go on the inside. Oh my gosh. Gotta use your head sometimes. All right, there we go. Now it'll stand up. So I don't ever tighten each one, all of these one by one. I get them all snug. And then I tighten them all at the same time. Just makes more uniform and keeps it from like having stress when you tighten down one first. Pretty, like, everything in life is that way. So like lug nuts on a car, you snug them and then you tighten them all and you torque them all, hopefully. But yeah, no different here. Okay, so those are now they're tight. All right, and then the short ones go into these recesses on the back. I can already see how that works. It's pretty easy and straightforward. This portion is just like a Mark III. Actually, I have a feeling this whole thing is going to be really similar to the Mark III assembly. It should. It's just an evolution of the Mark III. I couldn't imagine how long this would take if I was using just the included Allen wrench to do this. One more. It says in the instructions to tighten them in a diagonal pattern, so I was doing it without even reading. Again, that's just good assembly. 2, 3, 4. Last one. Okay, so I'm back. I didn't realize my camera was going to stop recording after a certain period of time. Forgot about that. It didn't warn me, it didn't beep. So either way, what you missed is I've got the front and rear plates for the y-axis. I started attaching, this is the front one. It said to be careful, don't remove the one with the sticker, or don't remove the sticker from the back one. So I've just got a couple that are on the front here. This part's very important that this is assembled flat on the ground or on a flat surface. So this surface I've used before to do this, and it comes out pretty well. But yeah, just the same thing. We just want to like get these in here and not tighten them yet. We want to get them snug so that the frame isn't warped, because that would not be good. Cause all sorts of problems. wouldn't pass the test for let's say the axes are skewed probably. Only ever had one. I loosened all of these bolts, retightened them, and it fixed it. So evidently I did something wrong in assembly, but I'm just trying to be careful to not do that again. So snug also, and in a X pattern or a, what's it called? They call it diagonal. There we go. Okay, so just switch lenses, hopefully a little bit better angle on the assembly here. Just trying to do what I can to make it easy for you to see and see what's going on. So I've got these 8 across the front. They're all snug, and I'm going to use their included Allen wrench just to, same as the last bit, give everybody a quarter turn, 1/8 of a turn in this case, maybe not even 1/8 of a turn. Just make sure they're tight. Again, don't want to strip them. We don't want to warp anything. And again, in a X or diagonal pattern. Okay, so again, this is the front. I bet it's going to tell us to do the same thing with the rear now. Oh, alright, so preparation for the PSU, so power supply unit, and the X-Buddy box. If the M3NE nuts are placed incorrectly, you will have issues with the assembly later. Take the XYZ frame and rotate it so the shorter extrusions are facing you. Place the M3NE nuts into the groove in the right extrusion on the side facing out. Oh, so basically both of these extrusions are both going to get them. That's a change from prior. The MK3s had them on the right side. If you're looking at the printer head on the right side, they had them on the right side, only the left side they did not. So this is the change. They included 5. So cool. They got extra. And it has 2, so these are important. They're shaped, they've got a special shape. They go in one way. They go in this outer piece. Doesn't matter where they go for now, just 2 on each side, it looks like. It says the exact spacing of the nuts doesn't matter, we'll adjust it later, great. And then our back plate for the y-axis, so that's going to go here. It says the label is to go so it's visible on the back, so that's kind of what it's going to look like. Place rear plate, don't tighten the screws fully. Okay, so the same as the last. Put all of them in there, snug them, and then tighten all at the same time. So just those guys real quick. Threads were a little rough in that, nothing crazy, just a little more resistance than some. Put it close to the edge so I can get a better angle on these things. If you lift it up, there's a possibility it kind of skews the axes, so I try to not lift it up when I'm doing this step. gonna be a very long video. I'm sorry in advance. Please feel free to skip around. I'll try to put some titles in it, like links to each section. But again, 4-ish hours was my best time ever on a Mark III, and this is, I'd say completely new, but it's not. But there are some new steps, so I'm not so familiar with some, and I want to make sure I get it right. So then, again, following their instructions and my just general recommendation, tighten these with the included tool in a X or diagonal pattern, and then the other side. There we got a frame. Yeah, nice and solid. You can kind of see just what it looks like. So there are 2 nuts on either side. So Mark III's power supply on this side, and it calls it the X Buddy, will go on this side. Basically the computer part. Computer part. All right. So I did the geometry check they want us to do. We're good there. Frame opening drill, behind seat, blah, blah, blah. Try to wiggle. Release the screws, put on a flat surface, and tighten them again. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay, so it says mounting anti-vibration feet and cable clips, parts preparation. So something that happened in the Mark III is it said you could do this later on. So I'm not gonna do this. I know it's telling me to, I'm gonna avoid it. The reason being is right now this thing slides nice, and when you put the feet on it, it doesn't slide at all. So I'm gonna do that later on. But it does want me to mount some cable clips. It says there's 7 of them. We just gotta get those. Blah, blah, blah. We're gonna install. All right, so let's see. Let's find the cable clips. Where are they? Oh, purple. I think purple means something. I forgot. Yeah, let's see. There we go. This bag, it's labeled frame, has cable clips, the vibration feet, thermal pads. Yeah. Oh, again, we're not gonna use the feet for right now. That's gonna be a later thing. We're gonna put these clips right there. All right, so it says, turn the frame like in the picture. So it's like this, basically. Hook on that part to see the detail. Oh, you're gonna zoom in. Okay, so this goes like this, and it hooks into the extrusion, so it ends up looking like that. And you can see a picture online, but it looks like that. So that's one. Three clips on the long extrusion, 2 clips. Okay, so we got one here, and then it wants basically one in the middle, and then one near the front. actually, so I installed mine like right up against this frame piece. I'm gonna move it out. Theirs has it and it makes sense. Okay, so I got 3 there. And then it says 2 on the short extrusion, like so. And then it says 2 on the other short extrusion. So to keep from going, so all the rest are this way, I'm gonna go this way so that the cable clip doesn't get in the way of those nuts. Okay, so now we've got 2 cable clips here, 2 here, and 3 there. All right, we're good. Next step, we need the power supply. So I got that guy right here. It says I need M3 10 screw, M4 10 screw. It says it's designed to work, automatically adapts to voltage. So I don't have to set the voltage. Cool. But I need M3 by 10 and M4 by 10R screws. Here's our bag of screws, and it says they're in there. So let's, these guys are just gonna go right there. M3 by, it says there's 79 M3 by 10s with 2 extras. And what did I say, M4 by 10R. What? Where is it? M4 by 10R with 1 extra. Cool. So I need 2 and 2. Put the spare over there. There's 79 of these guys. I only need 2 for now. All right, so those guys go there. Okay, so now I use the M3 by 10s, which have the normal nut head that sticks out versus the rounded. I guess that's what the R in M4 by 10R means. And let's see, so these guys, it says to just put them in here. Oh, okay, this is the same as, oh yeah, gotta change my, so on the Mark III, the 2.5 is like the super common size, and that's what these are, is 2.5. So you just put those in, a couple turns. Then I spread them out. All right, so then, okay, so then this guy is same as Mark III. So sits on there like so. There's also those little grooves, those grooves. Sit down there like so. But before I tighten those, on the front here, there's 2 recesses. And these guys are gonna go through that recess into the power supply. Maybe. So I won't tighten anything until we get it started. There we are. Okay, so same as the last, I'm just gonna snug these down with the actual included Allen wrench, get my 1/8 of a turn out of them. And then, so underneath here, these 2 that I'd put in the nuts, the M3 nuts, snug those guys down. And then the same thing here, we're just gonna tighten. Okay, So I'm now in step 18 in the frame assembly section, and it says X-Buddy box parts preparation. I need the X-Buddy box. It's in the box with plastic parts, some thermal pads, I have those already, some screws. It says the list continues to the next step. So let's, yeah, box first. All right, so let's set this aside. X-Buddy box, we need that. Thermal pads, we're in the frame section here. Okay, wait. Yeah, so what's left in here are the feet that I'm not going to do yet, and then one of the gears for one of the motors for the belt. Okay, so I actually don't need this thermal pad yet, so we'll set it aside, but I need the long one and the two square ones, small square ones, and then M3 by 6, M3 by 10, M3 by 6. It says there's 22 with 2 spares. I need 9 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, set those there. And then M3 by 10, I've already got those out. I need 2 of those guys, like so. All right, so actually now we're gonna do the X-Buddy board itself. X-Buddy board. Zip ties at once. I don't see any zip ties. I'm sure they're in here somewhere. Zip ties are in the printed parts section. They're not printed, but they're in there. Found them though, so we're good. Oh, and then I need, what is that piece? X holder. So that's in the printed part, I'm sure. Let's move this guy down here so you know my printed parts spread out. So there are a lot of pieces. Z-axis, LCD, an extruder, Y carriage and heat bed, X carriage and X-axis, X carriage, an extruder, fasteners bag, I don't need that anymore. Oh, filament guide add-on. Oh, cool. Orange parts. Y carriage and heat bed. So we had Y carriage and heat bed part 1 and part 2. This is a spool holder. I won't use that. I found it. Here we go. So it's in the frame printed parts. Just gotta look. I'm gonna keep this out because I'm probably gonna need the others. So this is the X holder. So there's a note, it says don't touch the PCB except for by the sides. So we're gonna try to keep that in mind. But we don't need this yet. I mean, we do, but we're getting there. So this step, so we bring our frame back. And so the X buddy, or the driver board, is gonna go on this side. Same as the Mark III, basically. Different parts, different names, but the same thing. And so this says insert for M3x6 to the back of the frame. This is the back, right? And these holes, so it has X's for the top holes, these guys, but they go in, okay, so they go in these that stick out into the little hex part. Oh, so I bet it's gonna hang on this. We're not gonna put them all the way in. It says leave a gap of at least 3 millimeters. So we're just gonna put a couple turns on each of these. And down here, so there's another hole here and here, but it says to use the bottom ones, so we're gonna use these guys. Like so. Okay, and then the M3x10s go in these M3 nuts, just like, so this is gonna be really similar to the power supply side. I figured it was, but this is different than the Mark III. So same thing, just going a little bit there and there. Okay, do not tighten the screws, slide the X-Buddy box to the frame. All right, so this is gonna take a little finagling. These guys, just like that side, these are gonna go on out here, so it says to do this. So they kind of sit there, but then there's keyholes for these screws, so we're gonna slide it closer, up, try not to take it off the other, and then we slide it over and then back down. There we go. So push down and we're good. It says fully tighten. It says tighten these to this upright first and then tighten the lowers. So actually, I have a tool for this. So got a flexible extension here, makes this a little bit easier. So we're gonna tighten these guys. There is no hole in the back here that lines up with these, so you'd have to either have a flexible tool like this, or you would have to use the included Allen wrench and just go really slow at it, moving, you know, a quarter turn at a time at best. This is working out pretty well. Okay, don't need that extension anymore. Then we're gonna tighten these bottom two. Like so. All right, so try to add a little bit more light. Some of this is kind of dark, even though I have a lot of light in here. Okay, so I've got this is all tight now. And see, it says the next steps is apply the thermal pads. So the thermal pads are gonna go on the X-Buddy board. Try and tear it out of here without breaking it. Okay. So this board is significantly larger than the one that came on the for the Mark IIIs. So it looks like this thing's pre-marked, and if you click on the links here, it shows, so the thermal compound stuff goes on the back. So my guess is that it's just going to use this case as a heat sink. So where did, oh my gosh, what did I do with those? Moved, here we go, I hid them from myself. So peel off the white, touch the side, blah, blah, blah. Attach the pads to the back, markings that indicate the correct size and positions. Don't drop it on the floor like I just did. All right, so it's gonna go just like so. I probably could be better about not touching this in the wrong spots, but yeah, it's never hurt me before. Like so. And then the last one. So it should look like that. And now, okay, now it wants me to peel off the blue. So we're gonna install this permanently here in a second. I'm just gonna set that guy right there. So it just wants me to have access to this. I don't want to turn it, I think I'm just going to put it on like it is. There's 5 screws, and these are going to be the M3x6s. I'm sure that's what I have left over from the deal. Yeah, so they go down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course that's number 5. So I'm just gonna start the 1, and those match with what's on here. Oh, let's look at this. Oh, God, I'm terrible with this. Got an Ethernet cord, or Ethernet port. It's kind of cool, it's nice. So I'm just putting this in the bottom one. It's the easiest one to get to. Oh, so it's gotta, there you go, finagle it in just a little bit. Just trying to do my best to line this up with the holes I see. Oh, so I see. So you got to get the Ethernet port through the hole to get it to line up. There we go. It has to like kind of pop into place almost. This might be easier if I had this, if I followed their instructions, but I am trying to show how it all goes. Maybe that was a bad idea. Actually, I'm gonna go for this screw hole right here first. There we go. So I got a couple turns on that. Now I'm just gonna start all of them. There we go. Oh yeah, this is totally working now. And then we're just gonna snug them all down. Not super tight, it's just a board. All right, I don't know what's going on with this camera. Try this again. It's being a pain, but I need to pay attention to it more, obviously. After I got this guy assembled, the next steps were to assemble the Y belt idler, which is this piece right here. It's super simple. It takes two of these square M3 nuts. They get pushed into these slots on the top and bottom. It's very important when you install it that it looks like this with the V shape here, up, and then on the downside, it looks like an airplane down. So nuts slide in, use a Allen key to push them all the way, and then M3 by 10 screws to go in, tighten it down, you're good to go. Next step, so this is where I'm at right this second. This is the Y motor parts prep, step 29. So I've got the last piece out of the frame bag of printed parts, which is right here. I've got a 1 inch by 1 inch or 25 millimeter by 25 millimeter thermal pad. I've got the Y motor, very clearly marked, Y axis. And then I'm working on getting some screws. So I've got M3 by 18s here, M3 by 10s, two of those, and M3 nuts here. Oh, and of course I've got the GT216 pulley, which is this guy. So the first part of this, now step 31, we're going to put a nut in, the square nut in here. So there's this little hole right there. This is the part you missed on this. These just slide in like so. And then you use one of the smaller Allen keys to push it in all the way. This goes pretty deep. Make sure it's, oh man, in all the way, and it lines up on that side, so we're good there. Oh, and then one more, so that's this one, and then one more on this side here. Just put it in like so. Fit on these is pretty good, better than the Mark III was even. And then you've got 3 of the bolts to attach it to the motor. So it says the motor, this is the wiring harness obviously, is gonna go like so, and this piece oh, so this is slightly different than their picture. Their picture does not have this groove on this side, it's on this side. But the recesses are all correct. So that's a change that they've made since they took these pictures for the steps. So this shape, this piece here goes opposite the harness. So it's gonna go just like so. And we're gonna use the longer, the M318s, 3 of those guys. 1, 2, 3. And we're gonna snug those down. so. We're going to use the tool, included tool, 2.5 millimeter to tighten. We don't want to break anything, so we're not like no He-Man type forces. Then always make sure that there is no gap all the way around that. There's not, so we're good. So this is what it should look like when we're done. That matches their picture, except for this recess is not there in their picture. So the next step, it says there's a flat portion on the motor shaft, which there is. If you look closely, you can see it. And we're going to put the pulley on. And per their pictures, the grub screw, which are these guys, are going to tighten onto that flat shaft. So there's two, one will and one won't. It doesn't matter as long as one does. But this guy, the gear portion, goes first, like so. And it says don't tighten anything. Let's see here, attach the pulley and shaft. One of the grub screws is facing the flat part of the shaft. That's how I have it. Now it's accessible. Put one of the Allen keys on the top surface of the printed part. Oh, aha. So it wants you to take an Allen key, put it across here, and that's how far out this gear should stick. So it should look like so, which is cool. And now we're gonna tighten it. So we're gonna tighten the side against the flat piece of the shaft first. If I have the right Allen key, looks like it's a 2 millimeter. Making sure to not move it in or out. We're gonna tighten. And then we're gonna rotate, and then we're gonna tighten the other one that does not go against the flat piece for a little additional stability. So there we go. All right, next step, it wants this thermal pad. It says white is stickier than the blue side, cool. Peel off the white first. And if we look at their picture, oh, so their revision, they're on E2, this is E6, so they've changed parts quite a bit. But on the side that says that the revision, so E6, this is gonna go right here in the middle of the motor. So it's gonna look just like that. Okay, oh, so I think I see where this is going. This is gonna go against the frame, and it's also gonna use the frame as a heatsink. So that's cool. Yeah, so now we're gonna turn our frame around. And these two holes are gonna get these M3x10s through these two holes. And it's gonna look just like so. So the wire harness is gonna point down. This blue is gonna stick against the back of this frame, and these two screws are going to hold it all together. So I peeled off the blue. I'm gonna put one of these screws all the way through. And I'm just gonna start it. And then I'm gonna get the other one, because I don't want the heat sink or the heat transfer material to stick to the frame just yet. Now it's all lined up. Now I'm gonna tighten it down. And now we're good to go. I'm just gonna squeeze that there. And then I'm gonna come with the included Allen 2.5 and give it another, oh, that's a quarter turn, cool. Okay. It says, to keep the Y motor cable safe during assembly, hide it in the extrusion on the X-Buddy box side. So it's talking about this little groove right here. So we're just gonna stuff it in there so it doesn't go anywhere, I guess. I'm not too concerned about it. And that's what it should look like. Oh, look at that. Step 34, Haribo bears. It says I get to eat 5. And these things are pretty good. They're so fresh. Oh man, these are made 7/2023. Yeah, they expire 7/2024. Whoa, that one's melted though. We'll count that as 1. Yeah, 5 of those guys. It says, do you know that gummy bears were first created by a German candy maker named Hans Riegel in the 1920s? Sweet. Oh, 7:35, we're done. Cool. All right. Part 3, X-axis and X-carriage assembly. I'm gonna set this aside for right now. And we're gonna get some new parts out. So they need a bunch of Allen keys. Oh, and we need some orange parts. So Z-axis, X-axis. 1 second. Okay, so I need, dump these out. All right, man, these are pretty beefy in comparison to the Mark III. Since I need this piece, I need this piece, and I don't need these pieces just yet, but I'm probably going to shortly. And then I said it needs an M3x25 screw, that's this guy, just 1. And then an M3x16 screw, 4, and then there's 1 spare in the bag, it looks like. Cool, spares go over there. Yeah, there's 4 short, 1 long. M3 nut, 7 of them. These are the square nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. This means square when it has an S on the end. M3NS. 5, 6, 7. Oh, it says, yeah, 7. And then I need the regular nuts. So these are your typical 6-sided hex nuts. And I need 6 of those guys. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the first piece is this guy. It wants me to turn it over. So a square nut goes here. That's probably like the tensioner. It's gonna be my guess. Make sure it goes all the way in. And then there's 4 spaces for hex nuts on the back here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what I like to do, you can pull these in from the other side. I just like to make sure they're like nice and straight. And actually these are gonna wiggle in just fine. Sometimes these are harder to put in, and you put a screw in from this side that sticks out and you thread on the nut. But these are like perfect. There's just enough tension to keep them in place, but it allows me to put them all the way in. So it should look like that. And then it wants me to use the long, which is this guy, in here. And it says, screw it into the plastic part. Do not tighten the screw completely. Keep the screw head aligned with the top surface of the plastic part. So we're just gonna in there till right there. It's nice and nice and flat. Okay. From the bottom side of the part, oh, another picture here. So it wants me to put an M3 by 16 screw here. Is that right? Oh no, here, there. But, oh gosh. It doesn't go into anything, it just goes into the plastic. Insert and tighten. So, I don't know why, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Okay, nice and tight. So I can see the side of the screw through this little hole. I don't know what that's all about. So then we do the same on the other side. So there's a little hole right here. And again, these are the M3 by 16s. Oh, I can see it through there too. I don't know what that's all about. Okay, so we got one on the top, on the bottom, one on the side. This is the long one. On the side, it's got the non-threaded portion there. Okay, and then, okay, so it wants me to flip this over. Oh, and there's, I'm going to put nuts, the square nuts, here and here. So from the side, man, that one's kind of difficult. I'm going to push that one in with the tool. And then this one's going to be difficult, I'm sure. So square nut, and just it goes in here. I have some nice tiny needle nose pliers somewhere, but I have to go get them, and these are right here. So I'm just going to use the tool they supplied to slide that in. Maybe. So like so. And this is a terrible pair of pliers. But it worked. So we good. That's all the way in. Okay, so that's set that aside, and now we got the other. This is the end idler piece. So same as the last, it wants me to put these screws in here, one on the top and one on the bottom, that don't thread into anything metal. They just thread into the plastic, but there's holes in the back where you can see them. Oh, I think that's what their end stops for the rail. So because the plastic isn't a precision piece in some cases, the metal, and it would potentially wear into the plastic, the metal screw becomes an end stop for the rail. That makes sense. Gosh, hand's gonna be tired by the time I'm done with this. Okay, so top, bottom, and then on the back side we've got the hex nuts. I need a screw. So I'm gonna use one of the spares of the 25 millimeter as my, I I'd say puller, because I'm not gonna use it to pull. It doesn't look like these are gonna go in pretty easy, so I just use that to push in, like so. They talk about using the pulling method, which is again where you put a screw in from this side and then tighten it, but that's really only necessary if the nuts don't go into place. In this case, they're going into place quite well. All right, so I got those two nuts. Uh-oh. Had to refresh. All right. So on this one, it's the same. So I've got square nuts that go here and here. Push that all the way in. And then this is the one that, same as the other, it goes from the inside. It doesn't fit very well. Like the plastic is deformed a little bit around this. Probably kind of an intricate part to print. Okay, so I got the square nuts in there. And there. I have two more square nuts. Where do those guys go? Okay, so continued on. So I got the bearing in there. I've got the X done. So now we've got these bearing pads. This is new. The Mark IIIs didn't have these. But I see what there's gonna happen is we're gonna put those inside here, which keeps this bearing from rotating or moving. On the Mark IIIs, there was two bearings, one at the top and the bottom. Like over time, one of them would sometimes move. So in this case, all right, the bearing pads are gonna go, no sticky, they just use them. Included, there's like a little groove for them to go into. Oh, cool. Actually, man, that's nice. They kind of, the groove is perfect for them. They stay in place. That's fancy. A lot of thought was put into this thing. Like I understand, like a lot of people are upset about Prusa and taking too long and blah, 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 whatever. And other competitors, though, who I shall not name, you know, like they're there to market first with blah, blah, blah. And like, this is just thoughtful. It's great. Okay. So anyway, so moving on. So now, so these are directional. So this part has a groove. That groove goes on top of the bearing to hold it in place. You couldn't put this together wrong if you tried, I don't think. Snap it together like so. And then we're just gonna use, I'm guessing the long ones. These are, yeah, 4 M30s. Do I have enough M30s? Yeah, there's 4 more. Okay, cool. Oh, there we go. So as with everything else I've been doing, I'm not going to tighten completely until I got all 4. There we go. So these are just threading into that M6 nut, the hex, the 6-sided, the nut that we installed earlier. Oh my gosh. Sometimes these push all the way through and sometimes you have to screw them all the way through. Almost there. There we go. And one more. Oh, that one all the way through, nice. And you can see it's threaded into that M6 nut on the back, or M3 nut. I keep calling them M3s. They're hex 6-sided M3s. There you go. That guy's done. Same thing happens with this one. Yeah, same thing happens with this one. Bearing, make sure I'm not missing anything. Nope. Picture, yep. Actually tells you in this to cross like I did, so good. Slides all the way in. Again, an X, so like this. Already good there. I've got my pads already in this. And then this guy snaps on, just like so, just like the other one. But this one has two different lengths of screws or bolts. So the short side, the M318s go on this side, the 30s are gonna go on this side. That's easy. These are nice, they're going all the way through without much fuss. Well, I'd say that. Oh, there we go. And same thing, so these go into the hex, the normal nuts on the back. And then these go into the square ones, so we're gonna cross tighten that. These are printed parts, so I don't need to torque these crazy, so I'm not gonna even go over them with the included tool, just to be on the safe side. So there we go. Now, so we're into step 16 in the third section of this, and now I need some rails. So it says 3 different lengths of smooth rods. We recommend arranging them, so on and so forth. Right now, I need the longest rods. Oh, let's see here. I need the longest rods, and then I also need, the LM8 bearings. I know why I need those. Because they're gonna go on the rods before I assemble them. So let's find the rods. It's these guys. So the 10mm rods actually are gonna be the shortest. Right now I need the longest, which are 8s, those guys. And then I'm gonna need the bearings. I don't know where they are. They're in a bag somewhere. Here they are. And I need 3 bearings. So same setup as the Mark III. They used 3 LM8 bearings. 1, 2, 3. For the X-axis, they use 3 for the extruder to move side to side. All right. Wipe off oil from the rod. There's no oil on them. We'll wipe them off anyways, just because it says to. Okay. And now it wants me to mark the bearings. Which I've done before. When I do the Mark IIIs, I mark the bearings, just like they tell me to, because you can't see the bearings always whenever you're putting these on. The problem is they have grease on them. There's oil on these things on the outsides. So we wipe the grease off. We grab a marker, like their instructions say. So there's the 4 rows of bearings. We want to mark between, like so. And we're going to repeat that with all of them. And the reason we're doing this is you don't want these to ride on the rail. If we don't want the bearing to be on the top and the bottom and the sides, we want it to make a cross on the rail as it's sitting. So this helps us line everything up later. I got my marks there, so we're good. Oh, It says to wipe the grease from the outside. Perfect. Make the mark, blah, blah, blah. So this wants me to lubricate the inside of the bearing. This is, I'm gonna say this is different, but this was not brought up in the Mark III assembly. And there was a lot of drama about this. People were asking, but I'm very glad that Prusa has cleared this up on this assembly, that you are supposed to. And I'm not talking all the MK3s, like they may have done it in the end, but in the beginning, they definitely did not say to lubricate the bearings in the instructions. So we're just gonna squeeze till some comes out. And we do that number, and we're gonna do it from this side just to make sure we get it all nice and even. We look inside to make sure we see some grease, which I do. So there's one. Good. I'm just squeezing as I work this back and forth, and I can see what's left behind in there. And from both sides, just to make sure it's nice and evenly applied. And then per their instructions, they want to wipe off the ends. My experience doing this and maintaining my other printers is the stuff that doesn't get on the inside and is on the ends just ends up sliding along the rails because these things are sealed. That's why you can't just put grease on the rail, is there's seals on the end and they just push the grease away. Okay, so that's lubricated, so we're good there. Hold the bearing, this must be spread, yeah. Wipe off the excess, making sure it got it all. Okay, so they have this laid out. This guy and this guy like so. And the top rail gets one bearing. And so we're gonna put this, jam that in there. And then the bottom rail gets two. Like so. Then we're gonna jam that in there. Okay, so they should be even on the end. And then, I did this backwards, but it doesn't really matter. And then this side is gonna go like so. Man, the top one does not want to fit. There we go. Okay, so you should have this basically. So you got one bearing on the top, two on the bottom, and oh, I know what I remember. These holes on the back are so you can see to make sure the rod is all the way in and touching the screw. So just, yeah, we're good. There we are. So I guess we can set this aside. Because now it says, assembling the X-carriage parts preparation. Let's see here, so we need X-carriage, Z, an extruder, X-axis and X-carriage. Yep. Wow, that's a pretty beefy part. Okay. Leave that there. Shouldn't need that for a while. I need M3x10. Most popular thing here. I need 3 of those. I need 8 square nuts. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, M3 in, so just 2 6-sided nuts. And then, whoa, extra. M3x10 screw. M3x10 spacer. I haven't seen a spacer yet. Oh, it's literally a spacer. Not there. All right. So there's some, what I would call spacers, but these are round in an extruder bag, so that's not it. This says they're hex spacers. Oh, here's some more fasteners. 2 of 2. M3 washers. Oh, washers are in here? Okay, we're seeing those. Man, this project's taking so long. It's so long, but it's a long project, and I keep running out of my 20 minutes of recording on my camera, so I hope you caught, I'm not sure where I left off or where it stopped, but so there's, on the bottom of this, there's 5 square nuts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that have to go into place. So those guys are there. And then, let's see here, it says attaching the spacers, insert 2 M3 nuts into the X-carriage back. So those, that's the 6-sided nuts. So one goes here. Oh, I'm gonna use my, use that guy to push it in there actually. And again, I got it in all the way without having to do the pulling technique, so happy about that. It's a time waster if you don't have to. And then the other one goes right here. So there we go, so one there, one there. All right. From the opposite side, okay. So, Attach the, oh, I guess I gotta look at all the pictures. Okay, so this guy, so we're gonna flip this over, and there's a hole right here, an M3x10 goes in there. I'm gonna push it all the way through. Okay, so then your spacer goes on this side, and there's a predetermined shape, the hex shape right there. So it says you tighten this, and this hex shape has to fit down into the recess just perfectly. So like so. Okay, cool. Okay. And since the next step, step 26, there's 2 more of those here. So one is here. And I'm just maybe gonna do these one at a time, so I'm not having the parts fall out all over the place. So the same thing applies. You can see the recess for this thing on this side. Make sure it lines up as you tighten this. Yeah, nice. That's good. I'm gonna actually do this the other way around. I'm gonna do the spacer on this side, drop this guy in. My thumb is holding this while I tighten the screw. Yeah, same thing, same results. So 3, just like that. All right, that looks like their pictures. I'm happy about that. So I set this aside and it says assemble the X-carriage clip parts preparation. So we got this guy, the 2 remaining rubber pads, so that makes sense. Didn't know I was gonna need them, but glad I still have them. And then I need 4 3x10s, M3x10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So the pads, and this time the pads go lengthwise, not wrapping around. Same nice groove in there for it. That's cool. Just like so. All right. So now I take this guy. Oh, it's this way. Okay, that makes sense. Make sure the back of the XN motor is facing up. There's no motor on it, but this is the motor side. Okay, yeah, so it looks just like this. Now this guy, oh, okay. He's gonna go like this. So it's gonna get this and this. Now remember, we want the lines that we marked to be, when it's all assembled, straight up and down. So we want it to be straight there. And then let's flip this one around so we can find its line. So there, so lines should line up. Yep, that's what they have. And they're inside here. And then on the top, so this is just gonna pivot around. And on the top, that same thing is gonna happen. There's a groove for it right there. But we want our line to be, it can either be straight up and down or straight up or 90 degrees, because the line doesn't matter, it's just the orientation of the bearings. The bearings need to make, so when this is assembled, the bearings need to make a cross and not be straight up and down and straight side to side. So that is exactly how we want it. And let's just make sure. Yep. And now we put this guy on and there's a special orientation. It just matches like so. And then we put our M3x10 screws in here. Just want to get one in, there we go, just snug. And it says, do not fully tighten the screws at this moment. On my MK3s, the back plate that held these bearings in place, I could never fully tighten them because when I did, it would bind. So I just left them just a hair loose. Never caused any problem. Like, it's not actually loose, they just weren't fully tight. It worked great. No problems on any of them. So I'm curious to see where we go with this. Oh, so there's a defect in their print. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the they oriented wouldn't be a problem because they printed it vertically, but it's just like, what do I need? I need some side cutters. There we go. That's better. That should be okay. There we go. Okay. So this is what we got. Motor's gonna go over here. Oh, after a couple moves, that slides beautifully. Now we're wanting the step 30, section 3. So we want to attach the X motor. So we're going to need another pulley, some screws. All right. Here's my box of motors. You missed me pulling this out earlier because the camera stopped recording, but I used the Y. This is the X. Clearly says X motor on it. And then we need the pulley. Pulley's here. We've got an idler and a pulley, so make sure you get the one with the gear on it. It's that guy. And then we need 3 M318s and 1 M310, so 10, so many of those guys. And then M318 is these, so 3 of those. Okay. All right, so insert the M310, okay, into the X end motor. So it wants me to put that M3x10 in this little slot right here. And it wants it to be flush, like so. Cool. Oh, that's meant as a stop for the motor. Now the motor wiring, so this is down, right? The motor wiring is gonna go down, and you can see this motor's right up against that screw. This screw is gonna, it's gonna push on that screw, and that's gonna be how they tension this. That's cool, I like that. So we're gonna flip this guy over. So again, now it looks like this. And we're gonna put our screws in. Go. Now, we want this to be as loose as possible, so we're just gonna snug them up as far this way. Because we don't wanna start out with the belt tight and then have to like loosen and retighten the belt. That's silly, so. It should be as far this direction as possible. Now, this has a flat space also. The shaft, motor shaft there does. And then this gear, same as the last one we put on. So it's got 2 grub screws. One of them has to line up with this flat space. And we're gonna use an Allen wrench across the top here to show where it needs to be located. So like so. And notice that the geared portion goes closer to the motor than the part with the grub screws. So we're just gonna snug that guy down. Remember the grubs? Okay, So camera, don't know, pain in the butt, and I don't have time or the patience to mess with it right now. So anyways, grub screws on the flat part of the motor. We use something as a flat edge across the top. Tighten the grub screw that's on the flat surface of the motor piece, and then tighten the other one, and that's what we should have. So next we need the belt, the idler, and the idler axle. This is the axle for the idler, and of course the belt. So it says guide the belt. Oh, this, okay, so this is literally just to install all of this. Belt, it doesn't matter which direction. So we're gonna hold it like so. And there's a little hole. That axle's gonna go through that little hole. So we gotta jam this guy in here, like so. And then we look through this hole till we can see that the little idler is lined up. And when it is, we put the axle through. And then we're gonna have to wiggle it just a little bit to get it to go in. Oh, that's cool. So once it went in, it actually fell into a groove, so now it won't come back out. Nice. That is great. This is good engineering. I'm a fan. Probably says that. See the pinhole slide inside the part? Yep, pin is not visible at all. I love it. So now, on the back side here, it wants us to start with this end, and it goes, wait, what? Oh, I have this upside down. I want it like this. This end, and you see there's some grooves in there. We're just gonna slide this into those grooves. Like so. And push that guy all the way in. All right. So now my guess is it's gonna slide through the bottom, around the actual motor. Yeah. So there's a hole here. Oh man, oops. I'm gonna have to realign this one. There's a hole here that this belt goes through, and it comes out the other side. And make sure not to twist it like I just did. Make sure it's straight as it comes through, so we're good there. Now, this guy is going to come through here. It's going to come right back out the same hole. So let's go through there. It's got to go around. So this is awkward, but this is... So it's wanting to curve up and over the motor shaft. So we're going to try and thread it through again. There you go. So now it's under the motor shaft. Pull this all the way through. And that guy's all the way on that side. I'm just trying to get myself some more space to work with, or free end. Goes on top of the motor and feeds itself back out the same hole, like so. So now, if we pull this way, it pulls the belt with it, so that's perfect. Make sure I'm not missing anything. It says guide the X belt to the X carriage and push it into the groove as far as possible. Push it in using the Allen key. Belt must not be loose We will adjust its tension later. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. It's because I'm gonna adjust the tension with this, but I don't wanna like have to take up the slack. So I'm gonna take this, stretch it as far as I can, and push it into the grooves on this carrier. So it looks like that. So this is pushed. It says use an Allen key to push it all the way in. I think I got it mostly. Yeah, it's in all the way. And that's what it should look like. Okay, cool. Oh, so now I need to realign this guy. So my line should just be pointing straight backwards. And it says move the X-carriage side to side with several times to check the movement is smooth. That is beautiful. Fully tighten the screws on the X-carriage clip in this order. Upper carriage screws. Okay. Oh. So we're looking at it this way. So with the motor on the left, it wants us to do upper left, lower right, upper right, lower left. So we're going to use their tool because I can get a little bit tighter with that. Okay, upper left, lower right, upper right, lower left. So this is the part on the Mark III I had to leave this a little bit loose else it would bind. So I'm hoping that's tight. This should still slide freely. Oh, it does. That's a huge improvement over the Mark III. That's great. All right, so where did I leave off? Oh yeah, so step 38, I get 5 more bears. So I finished the X-carriage, checked it out, it's all good, and it's done. So moving on to chapter 4, section 4, we'll call it. We're gonna set the, what's it called? X-axis, X-carriage away, and so this part's gonna be Z-axis. So I had a bunch of tools listed. It just says 2.5mm Allen key and needle nose, so that's interesting. While I'm eating the gummy bears, I get orange parts here. Z-axis. I'm guessing these are probably the tops, and then these are the bottoms. So we'll set those aside. We'll need those in a minute. And then I also need M3x10, again, screws. I need 6 of those guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so we need the frame back. I guess I didn't realize I could click on these and make them bigger. So we're gonna bolt these to the frame. So, yeah. Frame goes here. And so I think on the Mark IIIs, the screws, well, maybe they did come in this way. Either way. So this little lip sits over the outside edge of the frame. And then conversely, this side also, like that. So we're just gonna start with one. And actually, I'm gonna turn this thing upside down, because that'll make it easier to install. Really can't do this part wrong. Like, this is pretty straightforward, but same as others, we're not gonna tighten any of them until they're all in. Just keep from binding, make sure it all goes together nice and smoothly. Like so. Then this guy goes on this side. I really should read more. It says, you can turn the printer on its backside for better access to the bottom. You can put a cardboard pad under the printer to protect your workbench. I have a pretty jacked up workbench to start. It's time to replace this thing, I think, almost anyways, so not worried about that. All right, so I got all three in. Tighten those guys down. And I'm just gonna throw another 1/8 turn with the included tool. Maybe a 1/4 turn. And then same thing over here. Okay. So those are done. Now it says I need the Z motors. Out of my motor box, they should be pretty obvious. They're the ones with the big screws. And then usually this is where I'm gonna need these guys, these nuts. Get them out just in case. Now, Z motors. They're the same, except for the wiring harness is longer. So without even reading the instructions, I can tell you that this is the left one because this cable is long enough to get to the box and this one has to come from this side. So it's gonna look like something like that. All right, this says I need 8 10mm M3 screws. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go, 8 of those guys. It says I need rubber pads. I don't remember seeing those. We're gonna look for them real quick. Oh, they're in the Z-axis bag. Those guys specifically. All right. And then it says, take the trapezoid nuts and keep them in the same spot. We'll need them in a little bit. Okay, so motor pads go first. They just go like so. Sweet. All right, now we just install these things. So from experience, the wiring just goes straight out the back. So we're gonna stick with that. And we just want everything to line up here appropriately. Yep, confirmed. They all go out the back. So I just want to make sure this goes through that rubber pad. And then into the motor, obviously. Like so. And then make sure it's like nice and square. And it says don't tighten it all the way. So we're not going to. All right, then on to the other side, again, making sure the wiring harness sticks straight out the back. All right, those are snug, not tight like it says. Oh, it wants me to go ahead and connect the Z motors. Connect the cables to the third and fourth slots on the X Buddy board. Motor cable labeled ZL, left slot, ZR, right slot. Okay, cool, easy enough. So this guy's gonna go, there's a little groove in the bottom of the chassis right here. So it's gonna go there. We're gonna try to keep this nice and neat and follow all the ideas. These zip ties are gonna hold all the wires in place. So ZL is left. That's pretty self-explanatory. So just nice and neat like that. And then this one, where does this go? So is this gonna go around the, no, it's not long enough to go around the back. It's gonna go underneath. Let's plug it in and see what kind of space we've got for this thing. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of extra space. It has to follow the center line of the thing. It can't like go out and back or anything. But that's fine. On the Mark IIIs, you put zip ties through these little holes to put all the wires together. So I'm probably sure we'll do something similar on this one. So that guy's plugged in, so we're good there. Now I need trapezoidal nuts. So there's 3. 1, 2, 3, and it says one's a spare. So, oh gosh. I need those. I need the 10mm rods. Cool. And then I need 4 3x10 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and I need zip tie installer tool, evidently. Okay, so first thing we do, it looks like we put the rods in here. Careful not to twist and break. There we go, slide right in. Oh man. There we go. A little bit of wiggling it took, but that's okay. Oh. Not only is it a zip tie installer, it's gonna hold the Y-axis up as I put this all together. Huh. I like it. Thoroughly inspection, oh, inspection hole. So we got a little hole right here. Yep, all the way down at the bottom. And same on that side. All right, so the bearing. And then, so these rods are gonna go here and they go through like so. And then it wants me to use this guy like that. Neat-o. And some of the bearing grease. So I know it's both are lubed, so that's good. Like so. It says put it in the center. Yep, that's close enough. If not, the centering results could be inaccurate. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Oh, that's new, okay. So it wants me to tighten these screws so that this thing stays in the center, and if it tilts a certain direction, shouldn't touch the surface of the printed part. Okay. Wow, that's new. Okay, so this does matter. I just want this to be as close as possible. I'm gonna tighten these, and as I tighten them, I'm gonna watch this. So like right now, it really needs to move that way. So I'm gonna tighten this one, because I'm guessing what it's gonna do is oh no, that'll make it go the back way. So we actually need to tighten this one more. And now we need to tighten this one. This is interesting. And we also need to tighten this one. No, the other way around. We need to tighten this one. Because tightening this one is going to move the rod that way. Now we need to tighten this one, because now it's like over this side. And I'm just going to loosen this one just a hair. Oh, there it goes. Oh man, that's great. So that one's centered, so I can move it without it touching, and it's right in the middle. So I'm just going to repeat that for this side. Looks like I need to start with this back corner so it can move this way. And now I need to go this guy, because it needs to go back that way. Now this guy, man, having to do the whole circle because I think they were all just too loose to start. There we go. So now it's in the center. Perfect. That's certainly interesting. So now I need to put these trapezoidal nuts on the top. And 2 screws. But they go, so the trapezoidal nuts, 2 have threading and 2 do not. These need to go through the ones without threading, like so. And we're just gonna tighten those down into the square nuts that we installed earlier. And then the same thing on this side. Again, through the non-threaded part on the trapezoidal nut. There we go. Okay, so that part's done for now. Now it says these are the top pieces. They go up here somewhere. And we need 4 more 3x10 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, these are just gonna go just like this. Just like Mark III. Yep. All right, so there's a recess here, M10, that goes there. And yep, pops all the way down like so. There's a note here, it says, don't use excessive force. In case of increased resistance, run the screw in from the other side to clean up the threaded hole. My guess is that's because they probably had issues with the powder coating on this, on some of the threading. And man, I'm gonna have to use this. Allen key has a wobble, so it doesn't have to be perfectly straight, but I'm gonna have to use it on this inside one because of the clearance with the threaded rod. But not a big deal. If it'll start. There we go. Guess I can take this thing off now. Oh no, I can't. I have to thread those both up. All right, so I figured out my problem. My camera is overheating. I don't know why. But it's random and it's not telling me, so I apologize if I missed anything. The last steps I was doing, I installed these guys. So got those tightened down, and now I'm at what they call the love board installation steps. So it asked me to get out this wiring harness. So this harness has 2 ends. One end has a little QR code on it. It says don't use that end, use this end. And we're gonna feed it over the belt but under the top rail. And when we do that, we're gonna separate the twisted wire from the non-twisted wire. And the non-twisted wire, there's a little groove, there's a little channel right here. So we're just gonna run those in there like so. So that's pretty easy. Leave the twisted wire out. And then we've got, this is the love board. So it's got, this is where like the, what's it called? The load cell, filament sensor, all that stuff is going. This connector here goes to this connector. So they just plug together like so. And now from the back side, it had me get a M3x6. Which I may have just lost because I was messing with the camera. Oh, there it is right there. M3x6. This guy goes just like so. There's one hole in the back of it, and that ties into a corresponding nut on the carrier here. Maybe. There we go. Not too tight, but you see there's got a little, like it notches in just perfectly there. Okay. Oh, I missed a step. This braided thing goes in here too, but I guess I didn't really miss it. It works either way, but they wanted you to feed the non-braided before the braided wire, which is fine because it does not matter. Cool, so all of that is tucked in nicely. It says there must be a minimal loop. Yeah, I'd say it's a minimal loop. We're good with, I'm good with that. And then it says to make sure none of the cables interfere with the extruder, so they can't be on this side of this connector. So I think I'm good there also. Okay, cool. Now it says connecting the extruder main cable, parts preparation. So I need an X-carriage holder, the one with the screw hole. Yep. So it's in the package that says Z-axis. And two pieces, but I need the one with the screw hole. Oh, it's, okay, gotcha. No screw hole in this one, screw holes in this one. So this is the one I need. And then I need an M3x40 screw, holy cow. There's 3 of those, 2 we'll use, 1 is a spare. And let's see, so I'm guessing, yep. So this, there's a recess, and that just goes all the way in like so. This is really similar to how the Mark III was. Yep, and then, so this, I'm gonna put this cable out to the side, and this screw is gonna line up with this there. So just like so. Make sure you don't catch the wire and don't get it pinched in there. Now on my Mark IIIs, this screw backs out and gets loose quite often, no matter how much I tighten it. I've considered Loctite, but not yet. Okay, that was it. That was simple. So now I need the X-carriage back, which is this piece. I need the rubber pad, which is this piece. I'm guessing that's going to go over the bearing just like they have been. Let's see here, and I need 2 M3x18 screws. 25, 30, 40, 30. Uh-oh, where are they? Oh, and 3x18. I need 2 of those guys. I need an M3x10 and the nylon, the piece of nylon, this guy. This is gonna keep the cables up off the print. So, yep, this guy, there's a little spot here for the rubber pad. It fills that little opening. Just like everything else, it fits and it stays, so that's nice. It says nylon filament was curved upwards, not down, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Not down, not to the sides. After the nylon filament holds in the X-carriage, check that it inclines upwards as seen in the picture. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. So this guy has these little pieces on the end, and it needs to curve upwards. And there's a little hole that it just hooks into in the carriage, just like so. So that's what it should look like. Cool. And then after that, it says to check to make sure this upper bearing hasn't moved and the line points straight backwards. And then we're gonna put the X-carriage back on. So it's this piece. I guess which way does it go? Oh yeah, it goes like this. Right? Maybe? Yeah, okay. So cables just need to be in the middle, and this guy goes down. There's one little hole for the love board that lines up. Then you make sure the cables aren't pinched or anything, and they're coming directly out of that center portion, just like so. And then it says the 18, so the long screws go here. And here. And the M3x10, the shorter one, goes up here. Let's tighten all those real quick. And it makes very certain that you're careful that no wires can be pinched. And so I have ensured that that is not the case with this. And the last one to tighten. And I just like to make sure it, oh yeah, moves beautifully. And now I need some of the sleeve stuff. So it's asking for the biggest, longest one. So you can compare using length, and then a couple of zip ties, and then the carriage cover. So this is gonna go there probably. Okay, so it wants me to push 2 zip ties through the carriage holder. So they have them in this orientation. So they're gonna go through there like so. And then the same with this one. That one's kind of a snug fit, but we made it. says the head, it wants, okay, so it wants, gotcha. Pockets. Oh, these are gonna go over and they want them to fit in on this side. Okay. So we want to do this stuff and we're going to put all the wires and this nylon piece inside. I'm not going to do the whole thing right this second. I'm just going to get enough so I can get these, the cover and the zip ties in place. So it says to slide this up and it leaves 1 centimeter, about 3/8 of an inch in the wiring right there. So I did. Then this guy goes, there's 3 dots, the 3 dots go forwards. Oh yeah, that's nice. Okay, cool. So now we put our zip tie in and it wants the head of the zip tie to be down underneath. It says there's a pocket for it to fit in. Oh yeah, there certainly is. Just like so, and we're gonna try to do the same with the top or the front one. Oh yeah, beautiful. And then I'm just gonna use some flush cutters and chop those off. All right, so we're good there. Oh, now it wants me to wrap the whole rest of this thing. It says to hold it and wrap it upward. Oh, it just wants me to follow this curvature of this so we don't mess up the nylon piece. This has not changed. This is kind of a pain. There's a trick to this, but just want to make sure you get all of the cables inside and nothing's hanging out, obviously. Sometimes when they cut these, they cut them with like a hot knife kind of thing or hot scissors and it melts the end together. This one just did, but not a big deal. Just pull it apart and it's fine. Say it's fine as I pull the whole thing apart. No biggie. almost there. Okay, so finished up wrapping that guy. Just gonna hang it there. So this is gonna be the interface right here. So it's called the extruder cable holder. The printing on this is kind of bad. Like the bridging is terrible. I mean, it's fine. It's not a visible part or whatever, but I think I just would have designed this differently. Yeah, not bad, just different. Okay, so it says I need these. I need a zip tie, 2 more 18mm screws, which I have right here, 2 10mm screws, which I have here, 2 square nuts, these guys, and then I need the 5x300, which is the shortest of the sleeves. Should be, no, 300. I guess I can just measure right here. 300. And then that's it. Okay, cool. So now it wants me to wrap this cable with this. So same as the last, these are like, they're cut with like a hot knife or hot scissors of some sorts, and they kind of melt themselves together. Just pull it apart. We just do that all the way down. This is like more for appearance and just wear resistance than it is anything else, because there's only a single cable, or single twisted cable in here. But it's a nice touch. Start out with Creality printers, and like one of my complaints about them is there are just wires everywhere, it seemed like. And especially if you made any modifications, just, I don't know. Just been really happy with the Prusa stuff. Sold, and it ultimately gave away some of my Creality stuff, so. Okay, so that's good there. All right, so the extruder cable holder, this guy, there are 2 slots here for the square nuts. Use my handy dandy cheapo needle nose pliers to jam this down in there. There we go. I think it's, no, I'm not lined up with the hole, but we'll use the Allen wrench to make sure it is. Oh, it goes, actually that one goes way down inside there. So I'm sure this one will too. Okay. Yep, goes quite a ways down inside there. No biggie. And then, oh, okay, so there's this hole right here. And that's gonna correlate with this piece, this bent piece of nylon. So it's gonna go it's not going to do anything until I clean out the hole. That may be better. Okay, there we go. Now that fits in the hole. gonna turn just like so. Oh man, this is gonna have a nice upward tension. Okay, so this one goes like that. This one goes like this. And the sheathing should end in the middle of this. Oh, okay, cool, that's kind of nice. So it looks like so. So it wants, oh, it wants this on top. So if you're looking at it this way, it wants it this way. That seems weird. But that's how they have it. That's how they want it. So hopefully it works out. And I put this is just a big clamp to hold it all together. Make sure none of our wires are pinched. And these are gonna be the 18 millimeter, yeah. So they go in from this side, yep, all the way in. And same here. It's a nice clamping mechanism. I'm not sure how serviceable that's gonna be, but I guess, well, this simplifies things versus the Mark III. The Mark III, if I had to change something in the extruder, I had to run a new wire back to here, but this, I should never have to do that. So that's okay. Okay, so snug these wires down. My zip tie goes around this portion right here. And I use my flush cutters to trim. Bueno, all good. Yup. Oh, I see. I was expecting this to come out and go this way, but it actually goes this way as part of the thing to hold it up. Okay, cool. So now all this wire bundle just falls in here, and the X-axis motor cable goes there. Put a couple 10 millimeter bolts in the top, 3 millimeter, 10 millimeter long bolts in the top. Man, I could not imagine doing this with just the included Allen wrenches. So it didn't have me plug anything in, but it tells me to eat more gummy bears. So cool. Z-carriage is done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gummy bears. Okay. Extruder assembly. So this is new to me. I mean, this should be probably new to everybody, but extruder assembly. I need a bunch of tools, including some Torx. They sent the Torx, so that's cool. All right, so first, it really says step 2, but we'll call it step 1. Filament sensor parts preparation. Yeah, let's find these parts. Next, I think there's an extruder bag. Extruder 2 of 2. extruder. Okay, so I'm assembling the Hall effect sensor so it fits perfectly into this shape right there. This is a 2.5 millimeter screw. Just snug that guy down. Not too tight. Circuit board. And then you've got the Prusa ball holder here. So I've already assembled this, but it goes smallest spring, a tiny, tiny little magnet, and then a 4 millimeter ball. So those all slide in there just like so. And then this guy, there's this little thing that sticks out. That's gonna go first. So orientation here matters. We're gonna put it like this. Again, that part that sticks out goes first. Push in the ball, and then we just snug that down so it's nice and flat. And yeah, we're good to go there. Okay, now there's a few parts. This is parts preparation for the next extruder assembly. I don't need any of these parts, I don't think just yet. These say next extruder on. Oh yeah, here we go. Next extruder 1 of 2. I need the idler lever. Which are these guys. Look the same, but kind of mirrored a little bit. And I need 2 bearings, which I have right here. And I need a 2.9 by 8.5 pen. Well, this guy. Just threw it myself. I need an M3 by 6 screw. And then I need a tubular spacer. Just talked about these earlier. Tubular spacer. Oh, I said 2.9 by 8.5 pen. This is the wrong size. It's actually these guys, these little ones. I need 2 of them, so there they are. Okay, so first the bearings get axles basically with those pens. Whoa. So I just assemble those just like they'll fall right out. And so those guys go on the back, on one of these. It doesn't matter which one. But the 2 bearings have these 2 little recesses, and the axle goes through the middle. The pin goes through the middle, like so, and like so. So it looks like that. And then I take this piece and I match it up. Yep, idler still works, we're good there. My tubular pen. Oh. Tubular pen says it pushes through. Oh. This tubular pen, I thought this was, okay, so this is the pen I had first. It goes through one and into the other. And on this side is flush. This side stays sticking out, like so. Okay, so we set that aside. Now we need Prusa MK4. I need the gear. I need the outer gear. I need the main plate, which is this piece. I need this piece, the round plate, or the round piece, whatever you call that. I need the last extruder, or the last motor, little pancake motor here. I'm gonna need a spacer. The spacer is like literally a washer, so I got that. That's right there. Socket set screw M3 by 25. I've seen those. That's these guys. And I need lubricant, assembly lubricant, like I started out with for the axes. Okay, cool. Oh, and then there's that piece of blue socket set screw. Oh, socket set. That's a. Eh? I don't know what that is. I don't remember seeing that part. Nothing there. It's basically a piece of all thread. It's just literally threading. So let's look over here. Here we go. Socket set screw, 2 pieces, 1 spare. A ton of spares of these specialty parts. I kind of love it. Alright. So the first thing it says to do is to put this washer, this tiny, thin washer, over the motor, like so. So it's a big warning. Place the heat sink on the extruder motor. This is the heat sink, okay. So how do I do that? Oh, so look at the picture. So, okay, so the motor is faced like this, and then this guy goes like this. Motor cable must be facing, I'm guessing this is up. Okay, cool. So that's fine. Yeah. Spacers on the extruder motor. Okay, it hasn't said to put any screws in anything yet. So then I take this piece, and the notch goes here. So like so. Oh, we just leave it like that for now. Okay. Interesting. Back to where I was. Okay, so gearbox. So this is interesting. These go like so. Pretty straightforward, I think. Says the following instructions need to be done correctly and carefully. There's a video. I'm not going to watch the video. Let's see if that turns out to be a bad idea or not. I recommend you watch the video, by the way. So it just says to have this like there's a chamfer, so this is not the same on both sides. One side is a chamfer, so that's important. This side must be facing down to the PG assembly. Okay, so chamfer goes down. This piece lines this up. Okay, so this brass part has a chamfer on this side, and it goes just like that. This slides straight down onto it, engages with the teeth, and we're good to go. Oh yeah, okay, stop when the gear surfaces are flush. And now we take this piece and we put it on the motor. Like so. Oh, so it slides into position. Okay. And so now it wants us to hold the brass piece in place and turn. Oh yeah, okay. It works, it works. I dig it, it's fine. Smooth and no resistance. It says remove the PG adapter. Okay, that's off, I'll no longer need it. No gap between the ring and the main plate, there's not. Yeah, no gap, okay, cool, so that's good. Now I need the idler assembly, that's this guy. That's gonna go, that part that's sticking out is gonna go in that groove, like so. It says secure both parts with the socket set screw. Oh, okay. Oh, so this goes down and through that. Cool. Okay. Weird, but okay. Do not over tighten. It does protrude, so that's normal. Apply a small amount of Prusa lubricant all around the PG ring and PG assembly teeth. Okay. So I got some of the lubricant on there. It says you can use a zip tie to spread it. It's not a bad idea. I'm just gonna make sure everything's got a little bit on it. As soon as it starts moving, it's gonna spread out big time, obviously. It says wipe off any off the front surfaces. Okay. And then the extruder cover goes, and there's one hole that goes just like so. That's easy. And then we put our 3 bolts. Screws, as they like to call them. Back to my 2.5 millimeter, by the way. last screw. Oh my gosh, I didn't read that part. There's a piece in here. Oh yeah, it's got it. That piece makes the gears work better. Keeps them from eating into the cover, really, which makes it work better. But it says to make sure it's there. The color may vary. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, idler swivel. So I need idler nut, this thing. Okay, idler swivel, 2 of those. It's these M3 by 30. M3 30. I need 2 of those. And then I need M320 RT. I saw those over here. M320 rounded, I'm guessing. 2 of those, and it looks like 1 spare, cool. Box O spares. 2 nuts. Oh, so these nuts, these are locking, I don't know, what they're called, lock nuts. 2 of those guys. 2 springs, that's these bigger springs that were in the same pack as the small spring, and then a round spacer that I already have here. Cool. Okay, so first step, we take this guy, we put one of the rounded ones through the hole, we put the spacer, we put the opposite side on, and then lock nut. Oh, these are gonna come in handy. These are included with the kit. Let's find the right size. Make sure everything stays lined up as you tighten this. Oh. Smaller Allen. Oh man, 2mm Allen on this one. This is awkward. Again, just trying to make sure it stays lined up. It says tighten just lightly. Oh, the spacer must rotate freely. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's easy. Got it. And then the idler nut. So this thing looks like this. So we put the nut, the lock nut on the outside. And then this piece, there's 2 holes in it. It's gonna go like this. And my guess is, yep. So the same thing, this goes through all of this. And then we put a lock nut on the other side. Same thing, not over tightened because it needs to be able to rotate, like so. All right. Next is the idler swivel assembly. So these springs go on the M3 by 30 screws. It says push the 2 springs with the holes. Oh man, okay. So we got this guy. Oh. So the top of the motor, top of this like heat sink that goes between, there's these holes. These holes are gonna go like this. So hopefully you can see how that is. And then this guy, pull that out of the way, the flat part of this top piece goes against that. Oop. Oh, so it's gonna cut its own threads is what's gonna happen there. You get the right size Allen again. And it says, what does it say? It says tighten both of the idler nut. Oh, so that, what? Okay. So this is the idler nut. So as soon as they reach the face, so just right there, and then the same thing is going to happen on this one. So like that. And they're just to the face of it. Okay. Now I need extruder parts preparation. I need these 2 black things, thumb screws. M3 by 10, 3 of those. M3 by 4T grub screw. Wow, that thing is tiny. M3, oh. Here they are. There's 2, I need 1. Okay. Save this guy. And then the thermistor. It's in the box with the extruder parts, this guy. All right, okay, so how does this work? So it says on the extruder motor side, okay, so it's gonna go like this. This is gonna go here. Oh, there's a little hole right there, I see it. Okay, cool. So that goes there. But then this little grub screw, this tiny little grub screw, okay, is this it? This is, oh yeah, here we go. Oh man, it's even smaller than that. Let's see. It says 1.3 millimeter. I'm gonna go in here. Tighten gently but firmly. It says using 2 sides of a Torx T6 Torx on the short side. Wow, okay. So just a little bit of force. I'm not gonna, yeah, that's good. Okay, so it should look like that. And then these 2 holes here are gonna get the thumb screws. It says 2 turns are enough for now. I don't know, that might have been more than 2 turns, but. There we go. So it should look like that. Oh man, it's getting real. Put this thing on here now. Okay, so this goes like so. There's 3 things here, 3 of these nuts, these M3 by whatever nuts, and there's 3 holes in this. So it's gonna go just like so. And it says the blue cable goes down, so I had it right. Okay. 1, 2. I said start with the middle one. I did that without it telling me to. Cool. Okay, so that's all put together. It says locate the cable channel on the left side of the X-carriage, so right here. Guide the NTC thermistor through the cable channel up to the love board slot. So just like so. It's just enough space for it. And it plugs into this one, this inboard one. So we just big fingers and just like so. So it's right there. Oh, now we need a fan. Saw a fan at one point. Hot end fan into M3 by 18 screws. Just like so. So the wire, so the sticker side goes towards the back and the wire hangs out this bottom left corner, and we're only going to put screws on the left hand side for now. And then it says we're going to put the fan through the same thing. It's going to go between these 2 thumb screws, and it's going to go to the lower spot on this love board slot, love board card. I think I would have waited to put these thumb screws in until I did this. They're kind of in the way. That works. And again, that guy goes in the lower slot. Cool. Yep. Now the hot end. This guy, pre-assembled. Man, is that a 2/4? I think that might be a 0.6 nozzle. No, it says 0.4. Okay. Yeah. All right. It says inserting the hot end assembly Locate the hole in the heatsink from the bottom of the extruder. Insert the hot end into the heatsink. Okay, just like so. And they have this pointed backwards like that. All the way, there should be a 2mm gap between the heatsink and the brass part of the nozzle. Oh, it snapped into place. Cool. While pushing the hot end assembly in, firmly tighten both thumb screws. Okay, cool. So we just hold that, and we snug. Don't pinch cables. I don't like that. That's fine. Okay. Hot symbol on the heater block faces forwards. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's all tight. And now we're going to connect these cables too. So, okay. So this guy, the white one that comes off the hot end, goes to this top corner, and the black one goes to this black connector right here. So we're just gonna, okay, so now we're on step 29. What section is this? Maybe this is step 29 of section 5, assembling the fan door. So we're gonna need, oh man, magnets. We need the square fan, the blower fan, print fan, if you will. We need the fan door, fan shroud. I feel like those are in this part. Maybe. Yeah. So, fan door, fan shroud. Ooh, that's nice. It's gonna, okay, that's different. Okay, cool. And then we also need 30 M3 by 30 screw. M3 by 30. One of those guys, M3 by 10. Still a very common one. I need 2 of those. And 6mm also. Okay. Magnets. Says keep the magnets away from each other. I'm not gonna pull them away apart from each other just yet. It says it can break themselves. I've seen it. All right, so this piece, the magnet, one of the magnets, let's see here. Insert the magnet into the pocket on the inside of the fan door. Man, I gotta get this thing to pretty strong. Okay, so magnet goes here. Okay. And then the print fan motor is gonna go like this. So it comes out that little groove there, but it has to fit in this. And it says small gap. It does not say the number. I think that's a small gap. So this is gonna fold over just like so. Okay, cool. That's fine. Pull the fan cable very gently to reduce the slack as much as possible. Okay. There's no slack, so that's good. And then this looks like 2 M3x6. So one goes there, and then one goes here. Like so. And then this piece is probably gonna go, yep, right there. Check that out. Something like this. Oh yeah, like that. Cool. So the hole here goes along that hole there, so it looks like this. And it fits together perfectly. And then our 10mm bolts, screws go right here. And this is screwing into plastic, so it's cutting its own threads as we do it. It's fine. It's not structural, not an issue. Mildly annoying, but it's fine. Okay, nice and snug, not going anywhere, we're good there. So, okay, so it says, it's recommended to prepare the permanent marker for the step or have a very good eidetic memory. We're gonna try memory. Slowly get the free magnet close to the magnet in the fan door and find out which two sides are attracted to one another. Okay, cool, so we can, that's not attracted. So that is attracted. Okay, cool. Mark the sides that are attracted to each other with the permanent marker. Well, there is no way to tell this, so I am going to mark it, I guess. It's not a memory thing. You just don't even know. So that's the side that's attracted. Okay, so then this piece goes here. Whoa. And the marked side goes here. And it goes down in there like that. It says the magnet cannot be removed, so make sure it's right. Okay, I did. Push the magnet all the way down. Okay, this is all the way down. Okay, now this guy, okay, so it's gonna go hinge right here. Oh, this is cool. Okay, so this thing will rotate out of the way easily. Oh, magnet's already working on it. So rotate out of the way easily so you can change the nozzle easily. That's cool. Insert the M30, fully tighten the screw, then loosen it by quarter turn. So this is another one of those is going to be cutting itself into threads. I mean, not too worried about this. Gravity will take care of this for the most part. It just, yeah. Yeah, that last bit is definitely cutting itself some threads. And we just loosen a little bit. Cool. And then the magnet keeps it close when it's flopping around, so it's not flopping around. All right. Connect the extruder motor cable, it's this guy, E, into the top. I figured that much. Connect the filament sensor, which is this one. Oh, these can only go in place. There's two slots here. Yeah, just like so. And then, by process of elimination, the print fan it's plugged in here. It's the only other place to plug anything in. Done. Wire's all nice and, yeah, that's pretty neat. Okay, cool. I like this. Before covering the electronics, check the connection on all the cables. Yeah. Close the idler mechanism. So I did this earlier. I didn't even know I was doing it. This is the idler, and this pops it into place. That holds tension on the cable, or on cable filament that goes in through the top here. And if I want to make this tighter or looser, I can adjust these guys, I guess. Yeah, probably a little bit of adjustment at least. And now we got to cover the love board. So I need a love board cover. This piece, the other cover, this piece, and an M3x10 screw. That's this piece. Okay, cool. So, just what's this look like? Oh, nice, okay. So on this side, this piece, this goes here to cover those cables. Gives it a nice finished look. Is it needed? No, but let's be real, it costs like 10 cents probably to print this part. Okay, that's nice. So then this piece, the other extruder motor, this thing just like literally just sits on top of this. Okay, so that piece snaps into a thing on the back. And we're good there. Man, that looks great. That's beautiful. Okay, so now, it wants me to set tension on this belt. So it says we're gonna loosen this first. Okay. Loose. Using the ball and Allen key, start tightening the screw on the rear side of the X-end motor, but after each turn or two, for optimal performance, the belt must be a bit harder to press with your fingers. Move the extruder all the way to the X-end idler and try the belt tension in the middle. When you achieve optimal tension, I mean, I hate this part. Basically, I'm just going to tighten it, and then we're going to see what happens when we run the calibration. That's how I normally do this. Yeah, it's a little tight. Back it off a little bit. Yeah, that feels okay. Snug this guy down. Okay. Oh my gosh, they make an app that you can pluck this and it'll tell you the frequency based. Oh yeah, no, that's silly. It's so funny. Okay, whatever. It says to hold this in place. Yeah, belt's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Yay, 5 more gummies. Next chapter is number 6, LCD assembly. I think all I have, LCD, build plate. Yes, there's more, but. So this is interesting. It says, check the LCD version. Being brand new, they still get a couple different options, it looks like. LCD version A, the PE fasten symbol is located on the top left hole, so it's talking about the back here. Okay, so doing the LCD, figured out I have version A because of where this PE sign is. It's in the top left. Version B is the lower right. So we're going to follow instructions for version A. So I think I got everything, a reflector sticker set. I think I saw that. I don't know what I need a reflector for, but okay. Got it. Okay, so first thing we do is these guys, we're gonna put our M3 square nuts in. This is super similar to the way Mark III was. It says E4, so it's their revision 4, it looks like. Okay. What? Oh, what? Okay. Peel off one of the individual adhesive reflectors. And it goes in the back here. Weird. It's so important they have a spare even, it says. Is this like part of the backlight? Okay, so reflector goes right there. Plus it all the way into the gutter. Okay, done. And so now this one specifically goes like so. So that the hole lines up. How this works? I think that looks right. Yeah. I need an M3x8 screw. Oh, okay, so this. So this goes here first, that's easier. Oh, it has to all happen at the same time. There's a hook here. Hook goes into that groove. Just like so, got it. M3x8. By 18, M3x8 right here. Look, it's just like M3x6s. Hard to tell the difference. All right. Okay, so that's done. Looks like the picture. This guy goes right here. It's a grounding strap. And secure that with an M3x8. Yeah, I guess it's an 8. Okay, so we got it's just a grounding strap, but it gets attached up here with just an M8 or M3x8, like so. Make sure it's pointing this way. And then we're gonna do the other side, which is just like so. A couple M3x8 screws there also. If I can get it to go through the pre-made hole. Cool. And this guy just pops on here. I'm not even gonna read the instructions for that one. Nice reset button. Reset button feels like it's like permanently pushed down. There we go. It was stuck. Not anymore. Fixed, but so again, remember I'm still in the A version, so if you have a B version, mine won't work for you. Well, it may, but slightly different, obviously. So now I need some cables. I already put the thing on there. Not those cables, these cables. So one big long ribbon cable instead of two, and then a ground strap for everything. So cool. Connect the cable. Take the end of the PE cable with the square connector. Slide the connector into the PE, fasten all the way down. Oh, it's not the end. It just has to go with this little thing in there on the right side, on the correct side. So it goes like so. Little thing sticking out. So just like that. And then this is a grounding strap. And it's going to go to here. Like so. Easy peasy. These are all version B. Version B requires some nuts to be installed. I don't have to do the nuts. So a little easier. And then, so after version B, then everything goes back to the exact same. Okay, cool. So now I need 4 M3 by 10. Those are gonna go through these little holes right here from the back side to attach this. We're gonna wire manage this thing here in a second. Okay, that's all attached nicely. Sweet. Oh, I see. So these are this is where the fancy wire guides come in. What? Fancy, they're kind of hard to do. So I feel like taking them off. Yeah, these are that, yes, that's the right answer. Take these back off. That's, yeah, so much easier. Remove them, then reclip them. Ah, like that. Oh, don't forget this guy. This one's easier. This is definitely an improvement over the last. The last was just very, not bad, just not as polished as this. And these are going to come through this little groove here. Connecting the PSU, so I just stop there. Okay, cool. If I don't keep running this thing, that's fine. So I need the power supply unit, which is this guy. It's maybe as good as you're gonna get. So I need the PSU cover, which I have. I need 2 M3 by 10 screws, which I have. I need the 2 sets of power cables, and the power panic cable are all in the same. The LCD section seems weird because power supply just happens to be the section of the install manual it's at. So this I know what to do here. This power panic cable just plugs in one of these ways, like so, easy. And now it wants me to remove this screw. Oh, that screw is for the grounding. Okay. That makes sense. And it's okay, so I'm gonna use the included screwdriver and unscrew this. Now, process elimination, this is not long enough, so it's gotta be this one. So, I'm gonna put the screw and washer back through that hole, like so. Screw it down. Make sure it's pointing at an angle so it misses this. This is where the PSU cover is gonna be. Okay, so that's good. Now, 2 sets of power cables. Red, black, red, black. So these are red, red, black, black. So plus, plus, minus, minus, plus is red. So red, red, black, black. So we're just gonna loosen all of these. Okay, so I got all these loose. I got two wires. So it's gonna go red, red, black, black. But I'm gonna do one at a time because I wanna keep them straight. So I wanna do red. This is super important to get these tight because if these are loose, it causes high resistance in the connection. It can start a fire. Probably not. But it is a possibility. So just eliminate the possibility, make sure it's tight. So red, and now this one, because it's red, red, black, black, so we're gonna do red, space, black. And then, so red is in position 1, black is in position 3, and then the other cable is gonna be similar. That's gonna be red is in position 2, and then its twin, black, is in position 4. So just like that. Anytime you're tightening a power cable, I always like to give it a good wiggle. Make sure it's not loose. And then we're just gonna tighten them all back just to make sure. Okay, done. And I got my power panic cable. Okay, so all of these wires are gonna come out the bottom, and this guy is gonna cover it. Let's make sure we don't pinch anything. Oh, look at that, snaps into place nicely. And then again, our M3x10 go deep into these holes. Oh man, too deep for my screwdriver to do. Oh my, yeah, this guy. So I'll get them all the way I can, and then I'll tighten them with the included 2.5 millimeter Allen. Okay, now it's time for some wire management. So they want me to put this like this basically, and this is the only thing that's going to be through here, but we want to keep it clean. So we're going to do that real quick. So I'm going to go through, over, and then through back. I mean, I got it twisted somehow. There we go. should look like that. Nice and clean. Use our flush cutters. Throw away our trash. That's good. And okay, so now all of these. Oh, I did this one wrong. Oh man. Okay, so all of these are gonna get put through. I'm gonna take this off again. It's easier. Okay, and so this is just gonna snap in. I'm not gonna use a second one. This is silly. There's just no need. So hook it, snap it into place. Yeah, that's perfect. There's no need for this other one. And okay, these are just gonna run across the back of the frame here. And then this guy is gonna join them. And it's gonna go something like this. And let's start zip tying. Okay, so cable management, I'm just gonna run my zip ties through here, through the top, around the whole bundle, and back, and forth, there it is, like that. Flush cutter, good to go. We're gonna do the same thing here, right before it joins the serial, I think it's a serial cable from the LCD screen. Like so. So that's exactly how it wants it to look. Oh, and we're, what? Oh, there's another hole here. And so, okay. So we're gonna ignore that. Oh, crazy, okay. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so things are coming together nicely here. Now it wants me to connect the X and Y motor cables. Okay, so X, right? So that's this way, right? X motor cable is the first slot. So that's way over here. Tell you what, this is a huge improvement over the Mark III. And the plastic box that was too small. Like, I tried to do my best, like, cable managing inside. It never looked good. There just wasn't enough space. for as much wire as you had to tuck in there. Okay, and then Y motor cable to the second slot from the left. Okay, cool. So Y, it's this guy. Oh, I forgot about this guy because I tucked it in a long time ago because they told me to. So let's see. Now this one, it makes sense to have two of these because it runs from the back of the printer. But yeah, whatever. What's going on? Okay, so now it wants me to skip those files. Sorry, copying some files. Copy. Power supply screws. So I'm going to connect the power wires to the power supply itself. So they need power terminal screws, M3x6, M3 washer, zip tie. Okay, cool. Anyways, let's start with this. Let's do, so heat bed in, power in. It does not matter which ones go where. Oh, it wants me to do this guy first. So that's a M6 with a single washer, which I have right here. So that just goes in this bottom corner space. What? Oh, what the heck? I already have a screw there. I'm confused. It's fine. Let's put this back. Okay. So I just kind of goes straight down. So to make sure it doesn't interfere with this hole here, that makes sense. Okay. So red is plus, right? So these go this direction, like so. So it should be black, red, black, red. And then these are regular screws. As bad as the pliers are, these actually, I like these screwdrivers. It's number 5 now. So same thing applies as on the power supply side. These need to be tight because if they're not tight, they cause high resistance in the connection. High resistance means heat. Heat means fire, potentially, once you reach the melting / burning point of the plastics. Okay. So I'm just gonna go back and make sure all of these are snug. Wiggle around a little bit. Feels good. Cool. The power panic cable is gonna go in this bottom connector right here. Maybe. Green power panic cable. Yeah. Oh, it's got to go the right orientation. Ta-da. Okay, cool. So all of those are good. Everything's run up inside there. Interesting placement. It wants me to run zip ties through these things, through these clips. Okay, I can see that. Use my handy dandy. Oh, it doesn't work. Here, I can use it to pull it out maybe. Nah. Go. I just zip tie all these together. Maybe. Oh, that looks pretty good. Dig that. We're just going to zip tie all of these together. That looks great. So this is the cable that goes to the LCD. It goes only one certain way. It's kind of short. It's actually like almost too short, but it's gonna make it. There we go. Okay, so it's in place. We're just gonna throw a zip tie somewhere in here. There we go, just like so. This is not specifically to the book, but it's pretty close. Close enough. Okay, I did all that, did that, did that. Oh, now it wants me to bundle this stuff with these zip ties that we installed earlier. This one's kind of hard to get to. Okay. These don't have to be super tight. We're just making it look pretty and keep cables out of the way. Keep things from shaking loose, maybe. Man, this is so much cleaner than my MK3s are. Come down here and plug this big guy in. I got one more plug. I don't know what that goes to. Maybe nothing. All right, I get 5 more gummy bears. One, two, three, four, 5. All right. Section 7, Y, carriage, and heat bed assembly. It's getting real, almost done. Okay, so I need the heat bed. Gonna need that soon. A lot more magnets than the maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's the same. And then I need this bundle of parts because I need my cables, heat bed cables, M310 screws, washer, nuts. Okay, cool. So set that aside. All right, take both heat bed cables. We need the ends of the cable without the label. Okay, so no labels. Okay, M3x10, so 2 of those, and I need the lock washers, which are these guys. And I need real, like regular washers. I said lock washers, lock nuts. Lock washers. I have an extra, it looks like. So it goes through the washer, through the positive, goes on top. This is top where it says VCC, that's voltage. Through there, and lock nut on the back side. Then I do the same with the negative. Just like so. Through there. And like that. Okay, So it wants us to put these as close together like that as possible, because there's going to be something that goes over this that protects this connection. So we're going to use, oh man, that part doesn't work. It's got to be this guy. So we're just going to get this snug first and then line our cables up where try not to do that. You don't want to scratch this thing. Okay, so I got an angle on it just like so, because we want it to look like that. Okay, so that's what it should look like. And then I'm just going to tighten these down. This is another important one to make sure is super tight. It's super tight. Like, it's not going anywhere. It's not going to get loose, because if it does, this is another potential fire hazard. You know, hopefully the printer should catch it, but not always. And there we go. So we got nice and snug magnets, just like so. And then we've got some parts for this, obviously, because we're going to cover that. Okay, so it's these two pieces. These are basically going to go like this on top and below. So first it wants us to install the M3 nuts in here. And these are the hex, the 6-sided ones, not the square. Man, I got stuff going on here. So many pieces to this. So it says use a screw pulling technique. Again, takes time. Smushing these things in here is faster, and it works just as well to me. Okay, so get that ready. So I need M3x10s. A lot of those. 1, 2, 3. So this is gonna go under. This is gonna go on top, I think. Oh, this is different. This goes through there. And through there, is that right? What? Oh, what? Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, so it was going wrong there for a second, but I got it figured out. So, nylon filament It's like regular nylon filament, I think. Looks like it. Anyways, this goes in this hole here, just like so. And then, so this is gonna go underneath all of this. So the temperature sensor comes up through the bottom of this. This is gonna come underneath here. So that needs to go between the two power cables. Maybe we just, so 2 holes there go over these nuts. Like, I know that for sure. And that goes like that. Okay, and then this goes through that hole, into that hole, and sticks out just a little bit. A little bit's fine. And then all of this so first off, an M3x10 goes there. Okay, cool. So we got temperature sensor, nylon filament, power cables, like so. Now I need the wire covering. Goes just like so, and this piece goes on top and squishes it all together, and then I can finish running the cables inside the wiring, inside the covering. That was beautiful. Just cover all this stuff up. All right, there we go. Beautiful, done. All right. So this says Mark 4. Okay, so I don't know if you missed that about the heat bed assembly. So the Y carriage, the Y axis. There's a couple different versions of this. These are the bearings, they're LM8s. It doesn't talk about marking these like you do with the others, but I'm going to mark it because the same problem happens with these guys. They have to be oriented just right, else they won't work right. You want the bearings to be an X shape and not a plus, basically, with relation, like they can't be 90 degrees to ground. They got to be at an angle. So mark them just to be on the safe side. The Prusa's website was funny. I got it figured out. Oh, I gotta lubricate these bearings. Man, I'm glad I didn't use all the lube. I guess I have more for my other printers, but I'm using an entire tube of this stuff. Both sides. Make sure I get them good. Okay, well, greased up and I'm pretty much out of grease, so hopefully that's all I need. So it goes clear thing, rubber thing, cage. So clear thing, rubber thing, cage. Start with the side with one pocket. Attach bearing clip on the cutout, insert the bearing into the bearing clip. Okay, so these are M3x8s. Oh man, 8s. 6, these are 8s. 1, 2, 3. Should be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I've been doing this for a long time, so I'm starting to misplace stuff, and I know I've got kind of a mess going here, but that's a 10. That's a 6. Let's see. So many bags of parts. We're gonna try M6. Should be fine. Hopefully. I may end up taking it out, but not gonna hurt anything right now. Oh yeah, these 8s are way long. I have plenty of space. Okay, then we just slide this guy in there, and we look for my mark. So my mark needs to be straight up and down, just like so. Yep, bearings, okay, cool. It says to check them, make sure I got it across, which I do. It says tighten just to keep the bearing in place for now, and we will tighten it the rest of the way later. So clear plastic, rubber, clip. Okay, I'm gonna use one of my 6mm on this one, actually. Okay, it's got tons of, maybe. Oh yeah, tons of space to go in there. So another bearing, and centered and oriented with my mark straight up. Oh yeah, that M3 6mm, it's not going anywhere. I guess I was supposed to put that screw in first before I put the bearing in, but it's getting late and I'm getting close to being done. Okay. Bearings should be invisible on each side. Okay, we'll tighten them later. Oh, what? That's wrong. Okay, so this one goes in the middle, but it wants these as far in as possible. As close to the center. Beware the bearings must not touch the edge of the pocket. Oh, yeah, okay. So, okay, so there's a little groove that these things sit in. They just need to be in far enough, but not enough to touch the, weird. Okay. Just barely to maintain the position. We'll tighten the screws firmly later on. Okay, so now we set this aside. Let's put it right there. I'm gonna need the Y rod holders, that's these things. Wow, square nuts, 12 of them. It's 5 and 7. Okay, cool. So now these are gonna go here. Just push these all the way in. Some of them, that one like fell in almost. Cool. That one was easy too. That printer might be under extruding just a hair, but that's okay because it makes life easy. What am I doing? I was looking for my pliers. Makes it even easier. Okay. All right, last one. Oh, and okay, the fourth one, or third one, and each one goes in the end. Like this. What's going on? Like so. Okay, cool. So those are prepped. Now I need M3x10s. 12 of them, a lot. Looks like 12. All right, so now I take this, and I put my rods in it. Careful not to like push the bearings out. Oh no. Oh no, one of the bearings came out. That's the first time I've ever had that happen. All right, let's try that again. Cool. So I felt like I got that bearing in there, or that ball back in there, but I'm not sure. It says here, if only one or two is missing, the bearing is fine. But if more, then that's a problem, order more. But it looked like I had it in there, but it's hard to tell. Now it says tighten all these down. Nice and slidey, good. Says if the rod moves stiffly, loosen the screws and repeat the procedure. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, wire holder. So this is the way it's gonna go. And so these go on here just like this. Okay, so I'm just putting these end clips on the rods. Like so. So they're oriented this way with the screw hole on the inside. And then this goes in here like so. And the front ones are real easy because they sit on the rails. This is identical to the Mark III. So I just gotta get it lined up. There we go. So we tighten these this way first, and then we put the screws rather, through the top. I put this screw on the top, but I didn't tighten it. I just put it on there. Oh. Okay, front ones are done. Flip her around to the back. All right, so 4 of these are tight. Now I got to do the ones that go up and down. Vertical. Cool. And then, oh yeah. Nice. Okay, so now the tensioner, that's this thing. This was kind of a pain in the butt on the Mark IIIs. So what do we need? We need the idler, got that. We need the axle for the idler, got that. I need one M3x40, 40, no, M3x40, here we go. Gonna need the belt, of course. I need a lock nut. Pin, Y belt, hexagonal oval hole, that looks like it. Okay, so this piece here, nope, this piece here. Whoa. Okay, so I got a lock nut, goes in this end piece. But this is one that I'm really gonna have to actually probably pull through. I don't know if I can with this stupid thing. Oh yeah, I can. Go. So I got this one I do because it's got to be, this one has to be deep inside the part, so it's not quite as easy as some of the others, but what I'm gonna do is just gonna, oh, look at that. All the way in. Sweet, that makes it easier. Now, well, it wants me to put this thing like upside down. Like so. All right, so the first thing it wants me to do, I got the idler, this guy, the pen axle goes through it, and this is another one of those cool ones, goes up and back, and it just stays in place. It won't stay in place with the way this, but as soon as I run the belt through it, it will. Okay, so this is a neat design. Let's see, am I looking at this right? No, maybe this one. Yeah, so I'm gonna take the belt and it's gonna go like this with the cogged part on the outside. And then to keep the belt from slipping, they have you put an M3x10 here in this end. And what that does is it expands this piece, which locks the belt in place. That's pretty cool. I like that idea. Tighten that down so the belt's not going anywhere. Easy. And now this is gonna go, okay, so I need an M3x10 to affix this piece to the Y carriage. Okay, so it kind of goes 3 holes here, it goes in this farthest back hole. And this is one I'm going to have to use the included. Okay, so I'm just going to run it over the pulley. It says you might want to do this part first, but I already did it, so I'm not worried about it. Actually, you know what? So I'm going to go around the pulley and install it that way. There we go. Perfect. And then, okay, so then this piece is just the opposite of that piece. Oh my gosh, it goes this way. This is a little awkward. It's because there's not a lot of free space on the thing. Oh well, it's working. So just like the first one, through your M3x10 in here to lock the belt in place. Okay, and Now this piece is going to slide potentially here. So this is elongated. I'm going to try to start it using this thing, but then I'll probably ultimately have to switch again to the, yeah, we have to. This is has a wobble on it, so it's super simple to get at an angle. It's not always possible with Allens. Okay, so before I get too deep and get this too tight, my 40 millimeter, wherever it went. Oh, right here. Can't remember which side it goes on. So it goes through one of these, and the nut is in the opposite. So the nut's in this one. Oh, oops. Yeah, it's fine. Just a non-plugged in or non-hot. What's it called? Soldering iron. This is going to go from this side into this one because the nut is in. So this long 40 millimeter bolt or screw or whatever you want to call it is going to go through this first one because the nut's in the back one. They're all, you got to line them all up. And this is how tension is going to happen. Go just like so. Kind of a pain in the butt, but whatever. Oh, I got it. Okay, good. So the instructions say if it doesn't grab a hold, then you have to take the belt back out here, loosen it by one tooth, but it did. It just grabbed hold. And it's nice and snug. Maybe too tight, that'd be fine. And then I gotta tighten this guy down to the bed so it doesn't move, and especially so it doesn't come loose. So just like so. Aligning the belt. So long as you move it forward and back and it doesn't walk on the thing, then it's fine. Expansion joints, that's these pieces. Those didn't exist on any of the others. I need M3x6R screws. This whole box package just for them. Okay, so it says install 8 in the outer, do not tighten, a few turns are enough. All right, I think that's going to be a smaller. All right, so again, we're just installing these 8 around the perimeter. It says a couple turns for each one is sufficient. Okay, install 8, do not tighten a few turns. Okay, so then expansion joints go over each one of these. Make sure they're correctly oriented. The recess was approximately the same shape. Joint must fit in. Okay, so it goes like this, basically. Okay. Wait, no, like this. Got, oh yeah, that fits better. Okay, cool. So from the side, effectively. Oh, I missed one. Shit. Okay. Maintain the position and tighten the M36R screw. Does it fit down in the middle? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. Okay, so those are all tight. Okay, so now I need the heat bed. Okay, so I need a spacer, which is this guy. 3x4, 8 of them. Oh yeah, these. And then 3x14 for the middle. Okay, so that guy goes in the middle. Pretty sure I know exactly how this is gonna go. Do not fully tighten. Don't tighten anything. For center four, okay, center first four, last four. So, long one goes in the center. There we go. Oh, these are Torx. Okay. So don't tighten. All right, so these little guys go around the perimeter. Okay, so it says center screw first, first 4 screws, so the edges. So I'm going to do an X pattern also. And then the last 4 screws, corners, X pattern also. There we go. Now, guiding the heat bed cables, it's these guys. Okay, so heat bed cable, you got to deal with that guy. So that's this thing. It's just gonna like, just like so. And so, and secure. Okay, so the wires go through here first. Like so. So the heat bed thermistor, temperature sensor, if you will. Heat bed power cables goes right beside where the heat bed power cables go here, and the thermistor goes right beside it. That's handy. So these guys are going to go up and down, and I've got the 2 screws for it right here. And it says plus is on the right side. So red, positive, right side. So this is a screwdriver, magnetic screwdriver attachment. The holes in these connectors are just on the small side. It's okay though. Tight. And my colors do match the picture on the guide, so that's happy. Wiggle. Okay, tight. So once that's tight, now we put this cover. Is going to go over it right here. Yep, that's what it looks like. So these are just, get rid of our Torx bit here. Back to our 2.5 millimeter. Just like so. Oops. Tighten all that down. Now it says installing the ESP, the Wi-Fi module. Okay, so that's this guy. I'm running out of parts over here, so it's easy to find stuff now. Okay, so I just pull it out. Oh, so this goes here. And the Wi-Fi, it says Wi-Fi on it. And an M3x6 screw. Smart that this is on the outside of the box, else it may not get good reception. Or have to run a wire somewhere, which would be silly. That's done covering the X-Buddy box. So I have one piece here. There's a metal piece somewhere. Here it is. Cool. And I got 3x6s and 3x10s. Running out of screws, so that's awesome. 3x6s, 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2 3x10s. Okay, so once we put this bottom one on first, it's gonna go just like so. And that's 3x10s. Covers everything nicely. Oh, that's not right. 3x10, here we go. This is not deep enough, so I gotta use their wrench. Okay, nice and tight. Pretty clean in here. Then this box, this cover is just gonna go over this just like so. And our 3x6s is gonna hold the cover on. All right, snug these up one last time. I think I'm done. Spool holder, I'm not gonna use. I'm not gonna use the filament guide. Looks like it's pretty easy to assemble. It says eat another 5 gummy bears. Am I not done? Oh, chapter 8, pre-flight check. I'm done. It's assembled. Don't get these till I make a test print, but I'm done. This is the hard part. The rest of it is software. It's assembled. Thanks for watching this whole thing. Probably gonna make some more videos of this thing in action before too long. Once it joins the other 5 of them. But yeah, here we go. It took forever. Would have been a little shorter had I not had some like weird camera issues and whatever. But these feet, got them installed now. Big tip there, not installing them earlier on, because had I, then I wouldn't have been able to like slide this thing around. They would have been falling out. But now we're good to go. So yeah, again, thanks for watching.